I'm chairing proceedings. Is the access President of chairing proceedings? Tribunal. Is the access President of chairing proceedings? Tribunal. Is the access BMY President chairing proceedings? And to my right, BMY President chairing proceedings. 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 And to my right, BMY President is attorney member. BMY President team attorney member. BMY President team attorney Tribunal is therefore duly constituted. Tribunal is therefore the leader of the 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 constituted. Tribunal is therefore it's in respect of a complaint that had been lodged against Judge Parker by the Cape Bar Council, and the other is in respect of a complaint that had been lodged by a number of judges in the Western Cape High Court Division. We have been duly mandated by the Judicial Service Commission to conduct these proceedings and inquire into the complaints. Part of the relevant portion of the terms of reference reads as follows: the tribunal shall investigate, make findings and report on 1. Whether the respondent, that is Judge Parker, acted dishonestly in giving two contradictory and mutually exclusive versions about the incident that happened in his chambers between himself and Judge President Hlophe on 25 February 2019. And by giving these two contradictory and mutually exclusive versions, whether the respondent rendered himself guilty of gross misconduct as envisaged in section 177 in bracket 1 in bracket A of the Constitution. In other words, this is in respect of the complaint by the judges. Next, whether the respondent and his partners misappropriate funds of their trust creditors while he practiced as an attorney and acted in breach of the rules of the Law Society over a long period by not disclosing to the Law Society when there was a trust deficit in the trust account of his law firm, and whether his failure to disclose in his nomination questionnaire and in the interview before the Judicial Service Commission that the trust account of his law firm had had a deficit for a long time while he was the managing director, whether that conduct constitutes gross misconduct on his part. Those then are the charges leveled against Judge Parker. And Dr. Nsengu, I asked you earlier on whether there was anything you wanted to say, but perhaps what you should say is to tell us who is appearing for who, for the purpose of record.
President, they are online. My suggestion is that they introduce themselves.
All right, thank you very well. Who is appearing for the Bar Council, please? Welcome, everybody. Did I say welcome you all? Is that why you're not responding? Because I didn't welcome you all. I'm doing so. You are all welcome. Please unmute yourself and place on record as appearing for the Cape Bar Council as the complainant.
President, it should be Advocate Janet Makedi. And for the judges, Advocate Jeff Badlender SC. And for Parker J, it will be Advocate William King. If they can just introduce themselves.
Maybe there's a communication problem. While that is being attended to, can you just, I'll write in the meantime, give me the...
Judge, good morning. We've all been, well, I've just been unmuted. This is Jeff Badlender, appearing for the judges with my colleague, Ms. Adhikari, instructed by the State Attorney, Ms. Kajika. I'm not sure that everyone else has been unmuted, but I have now been unmuted.
Yes, okay, thank you. For the respondent, in respect of this matter, the complaint by the judges, well, we'll deal with them together. Presumably is one legal representative in respect of both, in which case, shall we hear who represents the Bar Council in respect of the other complaint? Well,
Now you're invited to unmute.
anyway, Dr. Nzing, just give me the name.
It's Advocate Janet Makedi.
How do we write that?
MC.
Or do I see? Is it there on the board?
Chairman, Chairman, this is William King. I'm a senior counsel at the Cape Bar representing Judge Parker. I do so with Ben Prinsloo, my junior, and I do so on instructions of Ben Mathewson, who's our instructing attorney.
Thank you.
Well, now, Janet.
And for the Cape Bar you were giving me, is the name appearing there?
The Cape Bar is still muted.
For the Cape Bar, it's Janet McCurdy. I'm the current chair of the Cape Bar Council.
I assume that all the legal representatives heard me as and when I was reading the relevant part of the terms of reference in respect of the charges. In any event, they have been served on the parties. They are all aware of the nature of the proceedings.
The Chairman, on behalf of the respondents, we heard you loud and clear.
Yes, thank you. Turning to Mr. King, there are no, because this was mentioned to us in the course of the past 2-3 weeks or so. Can we just confirm there are no admissions on the part of the respondent at this stage?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Is there any objection by the respondent regarding the admission of the various affidavits? I'm quick to clarify, Mr. King, we are not talking about the truth or correctness of the contents. I am just talking about the sheer admission of the affidavits.
Our instructions are not to raise factual disputes in the matter, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
do not oppose the presentation of the affidavits to the commission or to the tribunal.
All right. Okay. Very well then. The next step will be clarified as we go along. In that case, Mr. Nsengo, how do you want to proceed? Which matter do we start with?
Perhaps, Chair, we can establish from the Respondents' Council if there is any response from him relating to the terms of reference, which you have raised.
No, they noted them. He said they have noted the terms of reference.
I'll try.
Am I right, Mr. King? You said you had the terms of reference loud and clear, as and when I was reading them.
That's correct.
Yes.
Next step will be for the evidence leader to indicate which affidavits in terms of the index are handed in as evidence, as agreed with the respondents. It's affidavits indexed and paginated at pages 119 of the 10 Justices bundle. Pages 1 to 119 of the 10 Justices bundle. Those affidavits therein are handed in. If you can just confirm, Advocate King.
I confirm.
Thank you. And then the next will be pages 1 to 44 of the Cape Bar Council bundle. Pages 1 to 44 of the Cape Bar's Council bundle. Those affidavits or affidavit go in. If you can confirm.
I confirm.
Yes, that is affidavit of Andrew Mark Breitenbach.
That is correct, Chair.
With his annexures.
That is correct, Chair.
Is it Advocate McKelly for the bar? Am I right?
It is Advocate Makedi for the
McKelly,
bar.
yeah. You appear for the complainant. In the normal course of events, when evidence is to be learned and so forth and so on, you would be asked whether you'll be given the option whether you want to lead your client or you leave it in the hands of the leader of the evidence.
Advocate Makedi, are you with us?
Well,
Chair, if I may then indicate for everybody else that we will start with the second complaint of the Cape Bar and lead Advocate Breitenbach SC. I'll touch on the preliminary issues about him when he's allowed in, and thereafter Advocate Makedi will handle the rest of the leading of the evidence of Advocate Breitenbach SC.
Yes, depending on how things develop. How do you wish to deal with the affidavit?
Perhaps, Chair, if Advocate Breitenbach can be allowed in, and I take it that he will have to be sworn in.
Yes.
Good morning, judges. It's Andrew Breitenbach speaking. I've been let into the meeting. I'm not sure whether you can see me.
No, I'm not sure we can see you.
We can only hear you.
Maybe
Can you switch on your camera if you haven't?
it says I cannot start video because it's disabled by the host.
Oh,
Starting my video. There we go. Can see
yes.
myself now.
Yes, all right.
If he can just be sworn in.
Advocate Breitenbach, do you have any objection against taking an oath? If so, well, then we may have to resort to confirmation.
I have no objection.
Yes. In that case, do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth and nothing else? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, President. Advocate Breitenbach, please introduce yourself to the tribunal.
Members of the tribunal, I am a practicing advocate. I practice as a member of the Cape Bar in Cape Town. And at the time that the Cape Bar Council resolved to make its complaint against the respondent, I was the chairperson of the Cape Bar and assisted by a senior and junior member of the Cape Bar who provided advice. I settled an affidavit setting out the particulars of the complaint. I did so after reading the papers in a High Court case matter brought by the Legal Practice Council, referred to in my affidavit. And I made that affidavit on the 31st of March 2020 at the Rondebosch Police Station in Cape Town. I am no longer a member of the Cape Bar Council.
Thank you. Just for record purposes, Chair, one of the witnesses who deposed to an answering affidavit in the LPC papers Advocate Breitenbach is referring to has been approached for his testimony. We're coming back to you, Advocate Breitenbach. Can you then confirm your signature that appears just above the commissioner's certificate, and exactly where you signed and on which date again?
Yes, the affidavit, I have a copy of the affidavit as submitted to the Judicial Services Commission on the 31st of March 2020. I do not have the paginated bundle, which I gather is has been placed before the tribunal. The affidavit that I have comprises 24 pages and 43 paragraphs. I signed it, as appears from page 24, at the Rondebosch Police Station on the 31st of March 2020, and took the oath before the station commander.
Confirm that is your signature?
It is.
Can you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of the contents of that affidavit to us?
I do. I refer specifically to paragraph 4 in that connection, where you will see that the complaint arises from and is based predominantly on facts recorded in affidavits filed by the South African Legal Practice Council in the case in which I mentioned. And I don't have personal knowledge of those facts, but I have no reason, I had no reason then to doubt and have no reason to doubt the LPC's allegations and the evidence put up by it, nor do I have any reason to doubt the allegations and evidence in the answering affidavits to which I refer in the affidavit. I believe them to be true. There are certain other facts which we, through our own investigations, ascertained, and I'm referring specifically here to the application by the respondent for a permanent position and the contents thereof, a portion of which is annexed to the affidavit. And those facts relate to the contents of that document.
And you confirm with us or to us that the Cape Bar Council persists with the complaint?
As far as I know, that is the case. I have been in contact with the chairperson, the current chairperson of the Cape Bar Council, Advocate Janet McCurdy, SC, who I understand is attending this meeting to represent the council. She will be best placed to give a first-hand answer to that, but that is my understanding.
Before she comes in, can I just ask the witness this? So this affidavit of yours was made sometime in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. It was made at the end of March 2020.
Yes. Do you still stand by the contents of that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
You have any objection if it's to be handed in as exhibit together with his annexures?
No.
Yes. All right. Very well then. It will be admitted as Exhibit 1. We can then now turn to Advocate McCurdy if she has anything further to take on with the witness, if she's there.
Just for the sake of clarity and to assist the tribunal, could you just in brief indicate the two grounds on which the complaint of the Bar Council is based?
Yes, certainly. Perhaps I should just give a very brief outline of the facts as we understand them to be, based on the contents of the papers in the High Court matter to which I've referred and the respondent's application for a permanent appointment. The respondent practiced in an incorporated partnership with his brother, I.K. Parker, and Wan Khan in Cape Town as attorneys from 2005 until he commenced his permanent appointment on the 1st of November 2017. I'm first just giving the objective facts as they emerge from the papers, not contested in any way. The second is that he was the managing partner of that firm. The third is that a significant trust deficit or deficit in the firm's trust account manifested during that time. The fourth is that the respondent acted as a judge of the High Court for several terms, starting on the 10th of October 2016 and ending sometime in 2017. The terms of which we are aware are those from the 10th of October 2016 to the 15th of December 2016, then again from the 30th of January to the 30th of March 2017, and then from the 10th of April to the 30th of June 2017. I do not know whether he acted as a judge between July and October 2017. The dates I've mentioned are given in footnote 7 on page 3 of the affidavit. During the last of the terms that I have mentioned, the judge applied, and that was specifically on 28 June 2017, to become a judge of the High Court. The questionnaire which he had to complete and did complete, contains 2 questions of present relevance, to both of which the respondent answered no. The first question was, are there any circumstances, financial or otherwise, known to you, which may cause you embarrassment in undertaking the office of a judge? The second question was, is there any other relevant matter which you should bring to the attention of the Commission? The significance of that is that it is common cause on the papers that I've read and appears from annexes to the affidavits, being bank accounts of the bank statements of the relevant account, that both at the time when that statement was made and indeed throughout, from the time when the respondent commenced acting as a judge, and indeed after his appointment as a judge for a considerable period thereafter, there was a significant deficit in the firm's trust account. On the 20th of October, the deficit was about 5.7 million rand, and one sees that and the references in question, paragraph 20.2 of my affidavit on page 5. At the date of his application, 28th of June 2017, the deficit was about 6.3 million. One sees that from paragraph 20.3 on page 6. On the 5th of October 2017, being the date of his interview by the Judicial Service Commission, the deficit was just over 7 million rand. One sees that from paragraph 20.4. And when the LPC first visited the firm, which was on 15 August 2019, apparently after receiving a tip-off, the shortfall was about 4.7 million. By the time of the last of the second of his brother's answering affidavits in the High Court matter to which I've referred, the 13th of February 2020, the shortfall had been eliminated. Then there is evidence recounted in the affidavit that the respondent was aware of the shortfall from the time that he began acting and thereafter. I refer in particular in this regard to what the tribunal will see in paragraph 23 of the affidavit at pages 6 and 7 and recounted in the footnotes there. For instance, in footnote 27, it's recorded that according to his brothers, this is one of the affidavits filed, during 2016, the respondent started withdrawing from the practice as he was acting as a judge in the Cape Town High Court. And at a very recent meeting attended by the 3 directors of the firm, the respondent indicated that he believed that when he left, the shortfall was only 3.2 million rand. What also appears from Mr. Parker's main answering affidavit, I.K. Parker's affidavit in that case, is that, and this I'm referring to paragraph 24, some time ago on a date which I unfortunately can't recall, during a directors meeting attended by the 3 directors, the respondent by chance stumbled upon a trust shortfall. He confronted Khan, who was in charge of finances and accounting, with it, and Khan couldn't explain it. What then follows were attempts by A.K. Parker to get to the bottom of the matter, recounted in paragraph 25, and significantly, at paragraph 26, A.K. Parker says, I raised the issue with both of my fellow directors directly and in person until the respondent left the firm, and thereafter, during the latter part of 2016, by way of WhatsApp communications. 2 series of WhatsApp communications are then attached to his, this is I.K. Parker's main answering affidavit in that matter. The first of which covers the period 16 June 2016 to 10 October 2019. Some of them deal with the issue of the trust funds, and they are quoted in paragraph 31 and following of the affidavit. Of present significance is that that firstly, it is clear from those WhatsApp messages that the partners were engaging with one another about the shortfall and what to do about it from mid-2016 onwards. And secondly, that as appears from the messages quoted in paragraphs 31.2 to 31.5 on pages 10 to 11, it appears that the respondent himself needed 35,000 rand at that stage. He wrote to the other two, it was a WhatsApp group for the three of them. If you're willing to help me, I can suggest where to take it from. His brother responded saying, yes, we will help. Where do you suggest it must be taken from until you repay it? And his answer was, I can only suggest you take it from Mom's money, Shukran, which I understand means thank you. And IK Parker then said, I'll remind Khan to facilitate. Now, it appears from the messages at Paris 3115 to 3117 on page 12 that the money in question may have been money kept in trust, about 335,000 rand, invested at Nedbank in respect of funds due to his mother, Miss S. Parker, in respect of a property. Presumably it was the proceeds of the sale of a property. You will see from those paragraphs that during October 2017, some of her money appears to have been used to pay another trust creditor who was asking for 50,000 rand of the money, but that money wasn't available, presumably because it formed part of the shortfall. What we make of all of this, you will see from paragraphs 35 and following of the affidavit. And the points are the following. The evidence on affidavit of his brother R.K. Parker shows that before the respondent began acting as a judge of the High Court in October 2016, he was aware of the deficit in the trust account of the attorney's firm, of which he was the managing partner. Secondly, both that evidence, R.K. Parker's affidavit evidence and the WhatsApp messages, suggest that before he was appointed as a permanent judge of the High Court in November 2017, he was also aware of the circumstances in which the deficit had arisen and how the trust account was maladministered. The third is that the affidavit evidence of the Legal Practice Council shows that none of the partners, including the respondent, made any report to the Cape Law Society, and that their failure to do so persisted while he was an acting judge of the High Court in late 2016 and during 2017. The Cape Law Society was first alerted to the problem when it received an anonymous tip-off on the 25th of July 2018. We've seen that in his application to the JSC for permanent appointment on the 28th of 17, the respondent answered no to the questions that I have read to the court. And the Cape Bar Council's submission is that the deficit in the firm's trust account and any knowledge that he may have had at that stage of his partner's, it seems, Khan's dishonest dealing in relation to the trust money and accounting for it were circumstances or matters that he should have disclosed to the JSC in response to the two questions. And lastly, we see that there was an agreement reached between the former partners to repay the money. This was when matters came to a head. And it seems that the aim of the repayments, in addition, obviously, to recompensing the persons whose money had been misappropriated, was to enable the two partners, remaining partners, to carry on by getting a fidelity fund certificate, and hopefully also to try and head off Khan, who'd been fingered by then as the person mainly responsible for this, being charged with theft, and also obviously to assist the two of them in opposing the application to have them removed from the role, which was the LPC application was presaged that. And then finally, of course, there is the evidence that I've referred to concerning the 35,000 rand, which on the face of it was taken from the respondent's mother's trust monies without her consent. And for the reasons given in paragraphs 41 and 43, the Bar Council's submission is that the respondent's conduct described is incompatible with or unbecoming of the holding of judicial office and or constitutes a willful, alternatively grossly negligent breach of his duty to uphold the integrity of the judiciary imposed on him by the Code of Conduct. And we're referring specifically in that latter regard to the period from October 2016 onwards, when he was first an acting judge of the High Court and then later a judge of the High Court. So it's a long-winded answer to your question, but those are essentially the Council's causes of complaint.
Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Breitenbach. That was a very comprehensive answer to my question. I have no further questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just one last aspect from my end. Advocate Breitenbach, you alluded that to the fact that there was an application by the LPC. Do you know the end result thereof?
No.
Thank you, that's
Judge,
all.
if I understand that it is pending.
Thank you.
That is all, Chairperson.
Mr. King, there is your witness, or the witness is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have no questions for Mr. Breitenbach.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Breitenbach, you are excused, and thank you for your time.
It's a pleasure, Judge. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mr. Chairperson, that does not conclude the case of the Cape Bar due to the fact that there is one more witness, and this last witness is indicated and revealed the name being Mr. Parker, also Irfan Parker, who will later be called. But then for the moment, that then takes us to the first complaint by the 10 judges. And I suggest that we follow the same pattern. The affidavits are already agreed to be handed in. Perhaps the best thing will be to mark the affidavits of the 10 justices, which start from pages 1 to 119 of their bundle, and mark it, Chairperson, as Exhibit 2.
Don't you think we should treat them individually?
There are quite a number of them. Perhaps what we can do, we mark it as Exhibit 2, as and when each witness testifies. We then say it's Exhibit 2-1 or 2A or 2B, so it goes. I suggest that.
2, 3, 4, 5 as they come.
We can also follow that format.
I think so, yes.
Chairperson, this is Jeff Badlander. Can I say that a number of my clients have attempted to join the hearing virtually. I understand they can hear the proceedings that are going on. No, they can't even hear them, and they won't be able to participate unless they're allowed to join. And at the moment, they're being blocked by the administrator. The next witness, who will be Justice Rogers, is, I understand, available and standing by, but he isn't able to get into the hearing.
Yes, I imagine the reason is that the leader of evidence wanted to deal first with the complaint by the Bar Council. And what he's proposing is that there's still another witness, possible witness in respect of that particular complaint, and that being the case, and the respondents having no questions to Mr. Brittenbach, he proposes that we put the matter aside and then move on to the matter of the 10 judges, which is the stage at which Judge Rogers and others would then be admitted into the proceedings. So,
Thank you, Chair.
yes, so that being the case, the matter of the Cape Bar Council is deferred for now, and we move on to the matter of the judges of the Cape High Court against Judge Parker. Dr. Nseku.
The first witness would be Justice Rogers.
Chair, could I ask that Justice Rogers and also the other judges who are complainants in this case now be admitted so that they can hear properly what is going on and see what is going on, and of course give their evidence. I understood there's a suggestion that they should be admitted as and when they're to give evidence, but that with respect is not satisfactory because the complainants need to hear what is happening in the matter. They are parties.
Okay. I think the Secretariat hears you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I then proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the first witness in respect of the complaint by the judges is Justice Owen Rogers, who I see is online on the screen. Justice Rogers, could you please just speak so we can hear that we can hear you?
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. Chair, are the members of the tribunal able to hear Justice Rogers?
Yes, we can hear him clearly.
Thank you very much. Judge, I will then be leading my colleague, Advocate Adhikari, and I will be leading the evidence of the judge complainants, those of them who are going to give evidence.
I've been asked, Mr. Butler, to request you for you to appear on camera.
Happy to do so
Don't
if
mind.
allowed, Mr. Chair.
Please
Carry on.
try. Yeah, no.
Yes,
I
thank you,
can
Chair.
see that. I can see that it is you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, could I ask you to swear in Justice Rogers?
Yes. Justice Rogers, do you have an objection against taking an oath? In which case, it will be affirmation.
No, I have no objection to taking the oath.
Yeah. Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? And do you also consider the oath to be binding on your conscience? If raise your right hand and says, thank you. Mr. Butland.
Thank you, Chair. Justice Rogers, could you please place on record where you have served and currently serve as a judge?
My first permanent appointment was in February 2013 to the Western Cape Division of the High Court. I was appointed as a Judge of Appeal of the Competition Appeal Court in January 2017, which was a part-time additional appointment. And as from the beginning of August 2022, I have been serving as a permanent Justice of the Constitutional Court.
Thank you. Now, in the bundle of documents in the record as an exhibit before the tribunal, there is an affidavit which is at page 33 of that volume of that exhibit, Mr. Chair. And do you have a copy of the affidavit which you made in this matter, Justice Rogers?
I do.
I take it it's not as part of the whole bundle, but it's as a separate document.
Yes.
Now, in the bundle at page 33 is a 4-page affidavit, which includes the attestation certificate in your name. Could you look at the document which you have and confirm whether this is your affidavit?
Yes, it is a true copy of it.
Chairperson, I don't know whether you would like the matter to be displayed on screen. If so, an arrangement can be made to do it so that the witness can see what the tribunal has.
Sorry, what should
I
be?
might
What
be able
about
to do this on my laptop. We're struggling a bit with
I didn't hear you.
Justice Rogers, I'm displaying an affidavit, you can't read it.
No, we have got.
You've got it.
Does the witness have a copy? Because we do have a copy.
The witness
I think
has a copy.
everybody has a copy.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
I have the version that was in the bundle, and my affidavit starts at page 33.
Right,
Yes.
you have good. At page 35, there's a signature. Whose signature is that?
That is mine.
And on page 34, there's a certificate of a commission of oaths. Can you say who that is?
On my document, that certificate is on page 36.
36, yes.
That is Pauline Schmidt. She's a senior registrar at the Western Cape Division of the High Court.
And did you take the affidavit? Did you take the oath before her?
Yes.
Do you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of that affidavit?
I do.
Thank you. Justice Rogers, there are annexures. Can I just draw your attention to documents starting at page 37, which are annexures? There's an annexure JC, an annexure A, and then an annexure B, and an annexure C, and an annexure D. Are those all annexures to your affidavit?
Yes, they are identified in the body of my affidavit. Annexure JC is referred to in paragraph 6C of my affidavit, and it is the letter of Judge Judith Clutie, dated 17 March 2020, which was she circulated to all judges in the division at that time. And annexures A, B, C, and D are referenced in paragraph 7 of my affidavit. Mention of them is made in Judge Davis's affidavit. He said that I would annex them to my affidavit, and that's what I have done.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
The audio's gone.
Justice Rogers, can I ask you, I know that you've given evidence, just for the sake of clarity, do you confirm the correctness of the contents of your affidavit?
Yes, I do.
I know, thank you.
It's your turn, Dr.
I have no question or further questions, and perhaps the opportunity will be for the respondents to cross-examine.
Mr. King?
We have no questions.
Dr. Sengu? Are we moving on to the next witness?
Perhaps just to thank the witness and excuse him for the purposes of testimony, of giving testimony, and then we'll move on to the next witness.
So, Judge Rogers, can we admit your affidavit together with annexures as an exhibit into the proceedings. You have no problem with that?
No, I would ask that that be done.
Thank you.
If I may, then I'm going to leave the platform. I'm excused.
It will be Exhibit 1. Yes. Thank you for your time, Judge Rogers. We appreciate that. You may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Perhaps, Chair, we can admit it as Exhibit 2. Yes. We will then say it's Exhibit 1 for the Justices bundle. Correct. The next witness, Chairperson, will be Justice Vele. I see he's online. I will lead his evidence, and his affidavits appear at pages 67 and 68 of the bundle, as well as pages 83 to 86 of the bundle. If he can be sworn in, please.
He is Mr. Butlender's client. Maybe he wants to lead him. I don't know.
He is not.
He's not?
He's not.
Oh, okay. All right. Where do I get his affidavit? Page?
Page 67 to 68, as well as pages 83 to 86.
Oh, yes, I remember now. He's not one of the complainants.
That's correct.
Yes. Sorry, my apology. Judge Vele, if you could appear on camera, please, if possible.
Can't seem to find my camera. There we go.
Oh, yes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
I'm sorry for my attire, but I'm in the middle of a criminal trial.
Yes, no, we understand that. No problem. Judge Vele,
Yeah.
do you have any objection against taking an oath?
No,
And do you consider an oath to be binding on your conscience?
yes,
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
so help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Ferrer. You have two affidavits. We'll deal with both of them. If you can just identify your signature in the first one, which is appearing at pages 83 to 86.
I don't have the pages or the bundle, unfortunately. So the documents I have is an affidavit deposed to by Judge Parker, together with a photograph. I haven't been supplied with any other documents, and I have no access to the bundle to which you refer.
Sorry about that.
Would you like me to go to the blue room? I understand that there may be proceedings in the blue room. Would you like me to walk across to the blue room and continue there so that I can facilitate the proceedings? Or
I would suggest that you do so if it is close and nearby.
It's very close.
I've been given the assurance that the bundle was indeed sent to you, but for the purposes of progress, how long will it take you to get there?
5 minutes.
Yes, we will wait, Judge.
It's
We
right
will-
near the court. So are the proceedings in the blue room?
Yes, they are in the blue room.
All right. I will go there right away.
Please, thank you.
No problem.
Son, we've got an unmarked set of the bundle. Yeah.
first affidavit of yours at page 67. And also if we can see your face. Thank you.
Just talk back to us, please. We can't have more than one in the meeting. Switch off the microphone.
If we can just open your video so that I can see you. Justice Vele.
Chair, Justice Villas on the blue room picture at one end of the passage at the end of the table which is closest to the camera. Perhaps you could raise your hand. Can you see? Is that acceptable, or we can give Judge Villa a laptop, borrow it? I think you're going to get it.
I'll just make sure the sound is off.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir. It is tracking. Zoom is trying to. That's perfect.
Thank you, Judge. If you can just indicate so that we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Justice Vele, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I'm still under despite the
Thank
fact
you.
that I was.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
I want then to take you to the signature which appears at page 68 of the bundle. Do you have that before you? Judge Vele, can you hear us?
Can you hear us now?
That's better.
Are you not muted?
I think he is.
No, you should be able to talk.
Judge Villa, won't you just speak to make sure they can hear you?
Are you able to hear me?
You're muted.
Thank you. We can hear you now. If you can just speak to that mic. I'd like to take you to page 68 of the bundle. Advocate Makedi, can you mute Kepa and unmute Judge Velas?
Of April.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. And if you can go to page 68 of your affidavit, page 68 of the bundle of your first affidavit, and identify the signature which appears there.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? That's page 68.
Correct? The signature which appears there.
That is my signature.
And when was it signed, the affidavit?
It was signed before Commission of Oaths on the 23rd of March 2020.
And where?
It was signed by a policeman who works in the court, who came up to my chambers with a stamp, and I asked me the questions that accompany the swearing of an affidavit by Commission of Oaths. And I then signed. He signed in my presence, and he put his name and his, looks like his force number, I'm not sure.
And that was all in Cape Town?
It was in my chambers in Cape Town.
Thank you. And Justice Valley, you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of the contents of this affidavit?
I do, sir.
We'll get back to it shortly. Then we go to page 83 of the bundle.
Yes.
This is where we find your second affidavit.
Correct.
And that affidavit refers to annexures. And we'll deal with the annexures shortly. If you can just have a look at page 85 of the bundle.
Yes.
There's a signature which appears there. Identify it for us, please.
That is my signature, sir.
And the date?
I signed it on the 29th of April 2020 at Cape Town in my chambers before a Commission of Oaths who was a policeman who was working at court during the time.
And do you confirm the correctness and the truthfulness of that affidavit?
I do, sir.
In this affidavit, there are annexures to it. Annexure A, can you identify it?
Yes. Annexure A is a copy of an affidavit which I typed up at the request of Judge Parker, which set out a summary of the incident that occurred between him and the Judge President on the 25th of February 2019. This copy of this affidavit I retrieved from an instrument known as a time capsule, which is an Apple device which records all the documents, all the work that you do on your Apple device. I have an Apple laptop computer, and it then saves all the documents on this time capsule. As long as the time capsule and your computer are both on the same internet or same Wi-Fi internet connection, it will automatically save what you do on your computer. So it's a sort of, for want of a better word, it's a sort of automatic hard drive that links to external hard drive that links to your computer to save documents.
Thank you. Just in brief, what does Annexure A in brief contain?
It contains, I'll give you some context. I can't remember the exact time, but I know it was after tea. Sometime shortly after tea, I was working in my chambers. At that stage, I speak under correction, but I think Judge Parker's chambers were located quite close to mine, as there had been a fire in his chambers in which he was originally allocated. He then walked into my chambers, and he seemed very upset, and he asked if I would help him, and asked him to take a seat. He sat opposite me, and I asked what could I do for him. I was working on a judgment at the time, so my computer was open. He asked me if I would please, he told me briefly what had happened between him and the Judge President, and he asked me please if I would type up an affidavit for him, setting out briefly what had happened.
What did you
I
type?
agreed. I typed this Annexure A, this document. I prepared this document which says affidavit deposed by Mushtaq Parker. So I asked him what had happened. I then first, obviously, I said what he was. I then said what happened, what the time was. I briefly stated what the accusation was. And then I briefly stated he told me what happened. I typed up what he told me. And then I asked him, I read it back to him. I said, is this what you said? He said, yes. I said, should I print it and you want to sign it? He said, no, please, could I email it to his private email address, because he didn't want his registrar to know about this incident. I asked him for his private email address. I obliged, and I emailed it to him. Also, at the time that he deposed to this affidavit in front of me, he brought a key along, which was the key which he said broke when he fell down against the bookcase that houses some of the legal books in his chambers, after he had been struck by the judge president. He showed me the key, the broken key. He put it on my desk. Out of caution, I decided to take a photograph of the key, which I have in front of me, and I kept it on my mobile phone.
Judge Velet, did you at any stage receive the original or copy of the signed affidavit by the respondent?
Yes, I can tell you the context of that. Judge Parker then left my chambers after I emailed the affidavit to him. He then came back a bit later. My memory doesn't serve me exactly what time, but I suspect it was between 1 and 2 or during the lunch break. He came back with 2 signed affidavits, which were in exactly the same form as Annexure A on page 81. They were signed by a Commissioner of Oaths, and he asked me, please, if I would keep one of these affidavits in safekeeping, for him in safekeeping. I found the request a bit strange, but I obliged. He was in not a good state. I said I would keep it. I advised him to possibly seek some help, psychological help. I said he should maybe phone someone like Mark Newdaken, a psychologist who is well known in the courts, and speak to him about what had happened to him. He asked me if I would keep this original in safekeeping, and I said I would do so. And I placed it in a folder in my chambers in a cupboard that can lock.
So you kept a copy of the signed one plus the original?
I kept, no, that's not correct. There were 2 affidavits signed. Both of them were in original form. So I think what had happened is that Judge Parker got the Commissioner of Oaths to sign 2 affidavits. So the one he gave me was in the original form. The reason I say that is because the stamp was not in black and white. It was in the color that the stamp of the police officer uses. I think it's like a sort of bluish color, or I'm not sure. But it was definitely an original affidavit that he gave me. Maybe there were 2 originals, so I can't say if there were more. But he did come to my chambers with 2 documents.
What occurred to that original affidavit ultimately?
That original affidavit I kept in my chambers, and then I can't recall the date, but if I can refresh my memory on one of the affidavits, I received a phone call from Judge Parker sometime after that. I think it appears somewhere in my affidavit. I received a phone call from Judge Parker in the morning asking me, please, would I return the original affidavit to him. I asked him what was the reason for this. He said, well, he had been advised that it's his affidavit, not my affidavit, and that there's no longer any need for me to have the affidavit. I felt a bit uncomfortable about the request, but I did understand where he was coming from. So I don't have the affidavit in front of me, but my memory is pretty good. I then phoned an advocate, Francois van Sale, who's a senior advocate in this division, who's a friend of mine. I get on well with him. And I'd asked him to advise me in connection with this matter previously. I asked him, what do I do in connection with the request to return the affidavit? He advised me that the affidavit must be returned, that I should draft a covering letter setting out the request and attaching the affidavit to the covering letter, which I did. I then drafted a covering letter, which I signed. I attached the original affidavit to that letter, and then I put it in a brown vanilla judge's envelope, for want of a better word, and I asked my registrar, Mandisa, to please deliver it to Judge Parker's chambers.
If I can just draw your attention to pages 87, that's the cover letter, if you can confirm that. And page 88, it's an affidavit by you explaining what happened to the original.
Yes, I don't have these documents, but if I'm provided with them, I could certainly provide an answer.
And on page 89, Annexure D is in relation to counsel you conducted as to whether you should hand over the original or not.
Page 87, if we can deal with that first, that is marked B. This is indeed the letter drafted. And it says, I refer to the above mentioned matter and your specific request earlier this morning. I herewith return to you the original of your commissioned affidavit, duly, together with the duly initial colored annexure. The annexure, for some context, was the copy of the broken key, the photograph that I'd taken of the broken key. And then I took a photograph of the call log that I made to Advocate Francois van Sale on the 17th of February at 9:23, where I discussed the matter briefly with him. That is Annexure D.
And in brief, your testimony here is in relation to the role you played, starting from the arrival of the respondent to your chambers until the original affidavit was handed back to him.
Yes. I want to just add something. Life works in strange ways. My mobile phone upgrade was due over the weekend. So I went to get the upgrade on Sunday. And on Friday or Thursday, when I was going through my documents on my phone, I thought that I must just be a bit careful that I don't lose any documents or photographs on my phone when the upgrade took place on Sunday. I then scrolled through my phone and I hadn't realized that I'd actually taken a photograph of the signed affidavit before Commissioner of Oaths that Judge Parker had given to me. I also took a photograph of it. And that is why I emailed this document to the evidence leader, I think, on Thursday when I made this discovery.
Thank you. Chairperson, that bundle attaching the broken key as well as the affidavit, the signed affidavit, is separate from the judge's bundle, but it is before the tribunal. So is there anything else which you wish to end your testimony?
Yes, there is something else.
Yes.
I prepared an affidavit after this, which I meant to sign before Commission of Oaths, but I didn't get round to it. I'm not sure why. But I've retrieved this affidavit from my computer, and maybe I could just read out the content of this affidavit. It was supposed to be signed on the 7th of February 2020 in my presence in Cape Town. I don't understand why I never got around to getting a commissioner to sign it. It says the following, and I have a copy. 1. I'm a judge of the High Court, Western Cape Division. On Friday, 7 February 2020 at about 10:30, I went with Judge Parker to enjoy a cup of coffee at the Vide E Cafe, situated in close proximity to the High Court in Cape Town. Load shedding had commenced at 10 o'clock, and most of the courts were not in session. I started my criminal appeal with Judge Kasavitsky early at 8:30 due to load shedding, and we completed our appeal prior to the load shedding, which commenced at 10 o'clock. Open brackets, the state was Domingo versus the state. 3. I took the opportunity to raise with Judge Parker my peculiar and unique position in terms of our code of conduct. This in the context of the incident of the alleged altercation between himself and the Judge President during February 2018. 4. Judge Parker assured me that if he was ever called upon to give evidence at the tribunal or any court proceedings, he would testify as to exactly what had happened in accordance with his recollection of the events that unfolded on that particular day in his chambers. I don't know why I didn't go and sign it before Commission of Oaths. I probably just omitted to do so, for which I apologize.
Thank you.
It's dated by 7 February 2020 in my presence at Cape Town, but I didn't get someone to place me under oath to sign it. But it is a contemporaneous note of what happened on the 7th of February 2020.
Thank you, Chair.
Do we have a copy of that affidavit?
We do not have a copy of it. We will leave it as it is, Chair.
Sorry, I don't.
We don't have a copy of it. We will leave it as it is, as it has been testified by Justice Verde.
Yeah, but a copy will do no harm. Can you provide us with a copy?
I have a copy, yes, sir. I have a copy.
Yes. Well, somebody will contact you.
I just want to stress it's not an affidavit. I didn't get it signed before.
Yes.
Do you undertake to let us have a copy of it?
I have it with me, sir. I can hand it in right now.
Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate it wasn't commissioned, but do you confirm the truth of its content and
Correct.
the correctness thereof?
Correct, sir. I made a contemporaneous note of our discussion as soon as I came back from court, and I intended to have it signed before Commission of Oath, but for some reason I omitted to do so, for which I apologize.
Thank you.
It will be over to Advocate King.
Let me just admit it. Well, what will be exhibit next? Which will be what?
Exhibit 2 in the 10 Justices bundle.
It will be 2. All right.
And then the second affidavit, which appears at page 83, it will be Exhibit 3 in the Justices. There are 2 affidavits here.
Yes, with all its annexures.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
Chairman, I'm appearing on my junior's screen. My battery's run out. We have no questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Butlander? Did you say you have no questions, or? We are not able to hear you. Can we try again? Please try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Judge Villa, the affidavit at page 67, which is the one you signed on 23rd of March 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
Is that 23 March 2020?
That's right.
Yes.
Could you just go to paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 and just inform the court of the import of that part of the affidavit? Perhaps just read it out would be fine, I think.
Maybe I could give you some background, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you.
I was aware, obviously I was aware of the fact that there had been a complaint lodged against Judge Parker by a number of judges in the division. As I understood the complaint, it was that these judges were not prepared to sit or share the bench with Judge Parker in view of what had transpired. I took a slightly different view, and my reasons for this was twofold. Firstly, I think since my appointment, I've only ever shared the bench with Judge Parker on one occasion. I wasn't allocated with many matters with Judge Parker. I took the view that if a matter was allocated to me with Judge Parker, that would be the trigger for me to make a decision as to whether or not I would share the bench with Judge Parker. I wasn't prepared to, for want of a better word, I decided to adopt.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you, Judge Vele.
I was not one of the complainants.
Mr. Butland, if you can hear me, communicate to your client to be interrupted.
Had I been allocated the matter with Judge Parker, I would have then made a decision as to whether or not I would be prepared to share the bench. So I'll then
Judge Vele,
what you requested me to do. I'm aware that on Monday, 16 March 2020, a letter was addressed by 10 judges of the Western Cape High Court to the Judge President concerning the conduct of Judge Mr. Parker, and they have a copy thereof was sent to Justice and the Judicial Service Commission to serve as a complaint against Judge Parker. I may just add that during this time, I had discussions with Judge Rogers, now a constitutional judge, about this issue. Explained to Judge.
This is not how things should go, really.
Rogers that
if the chair can't communicate with the witnesses on the stand,
at the stage, and I would
then
if I was allocated to Judge Parker.
Can somebody please ask Judge Vele to be interrupted for a while?
And I confirmed to Judge Rogers that the letter was correct, and so far it concerned my involvement in the relevant events. I now confirm under oath that the letter is indeed correct, and so far as it concerns my involvement in the relevant. I provided this confirmatory affidavit at the request of the 10 judges who signed the letter dated 16 March, confirmed that I'm not a complainant in this matter. I explained to Judge Rogers my position of Switzerland.
Thank you, Judge Vele. I have
Mr.
no
Butlander.
further questions.
Mr. Butlander. Mr. Butlander.
I'm not sure whether you can hear me, Chair. I have no further questions. Thank you.
But can you hear me? Judge Vele, can you hear me?
Well, you don't hear me.
Yes, I can. Although barely so, but I can hear you. I've been desperately trying to talk to you, Judge Vele, to tell you that for all the while that you have been giving evidence following the question by Mr. Butlander with regard to paragraphs 3 and 4, for all that while, apparently because you are muted, although we could hear you, the machine is not going to be able to pick you up, was not able to pick up what you have been saying all the while. because you were unmuted, because you were muted.
Would you like me to unmute and to repeat that portion of my evidence?
Maybe a summary of it, because we do have paragraphs 3 and 4. You are asked to comment, to make some comments about paragraphs 3 and 4, which we do have. But perhaps you can just briefly present what you have been saying.
Are you able to hear me now, sir?
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you. In summary, I just gave a bit of context as to the reason why I was not a complainant, and I had decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach, a Switzerland approach, a neutral approach. If I was allocated a matter with Judge Parker, that would trigger my decision as to whether or not I would share bench with him. And that is the reason, one of the reasons that I discussed with Justice Rogers as to why I was not prepared to be a complainant at that stage. And then I read out paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 of the affidavit on page 67. And I just gave a bit of background and context as to why I was not one of the initial 10 judges in the complaint.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Ansek, are you finished with?
I have no further questions for Justice Vele. And thank you for his testimony.
We went past Mr. King, is it?
Judge, I have no questions for Judge Philip.
Oh, thank you very much. Judge Vele, you are excused, and thank you for your time.
Chair, the next witness will be Justice Savage. If I can just establish if she is in the blue room.
I am here online.
Thank you so much. If you can just see your face, Justice.
I have my video is on. Can you not see me?
I think you just switched it off.
Oh.
If you can just switch it on.
Can you see me now?
Not yet.
It says it's off now. And now it says that I should be visible, not.
You are now.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Chair, if Justice can be sworn in.
Justice Savage, do you have an objection against taking an oath?
No, I don't.
And you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Yes, I do. So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Justice Savage, initially you only had your letter dated 14th April 2020 as part of the bundle, but lately you then finished us with a confirmatory affidavit dated 11th February 2025, to which you attached that letter I referred to and other annexures. If you can, I can just draw your attention to page 104-114 of the bundle. And if you can identify the signature which appears there.
I'm just struggling to get the bundle. Let me just get there. Yes, that is my signature.
Signed on which date and where?
Signed in Braamfontein on the 11th of February 2025.
You confirm the correctness and truthfulness of that affidavit?
I do.
In that affidavit, you refer or attach the letter dated 14th April 2020.
Yes.
Briefly, what is the gist of that letter?
I had received a letter from Mr. Selo Chilwane on the 8th of April addressed to all the judges of the Western Cape High Court on behalf of the Chief Justice, asking whether any judge had any information concerning allegations that Judge President Hlophe had physically attacked another judge in our division. And I then felt obliged to record the discussion that I had with Judge Parker. And that's apparent from my letter.
And the contents of that letter are true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Butlander? She's one of your clients, I suppose.
She's not.
No,
It's not.
no.
No.
But
In any case, whether or not she's one of your witnesses, it's a matter in which your clients have interest. Do you have any questions to Justice Savage?
No, thank you, Judge. I have no questions.
Mr. King?
Judge, it seems you couldn't hear me. I have no questions.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Butlander?
Judge, I'm not sure that you can hear me. I was just saying
Yes.
I have no questions.
Yes.
All I was saying is I have no questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. King?
No questions.
Thank you.
I've got nothing further. Thank you, Justice Savage.
You are excused, and thank you for your time, Judge.
Thank you very much, Judge Ngwepe.
The next witness will be Justice Klute. If I can just establish, Justice Klute, are you in the blue room?
I am indeed, Chairperson, Justice Ngwepe. I just need to get behind the laptop. Thank you.
The evidence of Justice Klute appears at page as well as page 100 to 112, pages 37 to 38 of the bundle, and pages 100 to 112. If we can just see your video and face, Justice Klute.
I can see myself. Can you see me now?
Not yet.
Sorry, just bear with me a moment. Someone just needs to assist me.
Mike is able to show the video. At the camera.
Look there. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Before we get there, shall we admit the affidavits by Judge
Savage as exhibit?
Yes. Is it
4? Exhibit 4. With its annexure.
Yes. Annexures. Judge Klute, do you have an objection against taking an oath?
Not at all.
which you consider to be binding on your conscience.
I do.
Would you please raise your right hand to confirm that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth? And if so, say, help me God. So help me God. Thank you.
So,
Judge Klute, I'm told you are muted, and whatever you are going to say is not going to be recorded. And to remedy that, the K-Bar Blue Room should be muted, and then so that you are unmuted.
I'm sorry, I don't know whether you can hear me, but
yeah, it's okay now. It's fine.
Is it all right now? Okay.
Yes. But just on the record, you've just taken an oath to say that whatever you'll say will be the truth, although it was not recorded, but now we confirm you did that. Yes, thank you.
I did so.
Thank you, Chair. Justice Klute, can I please take you to page 101 of the bundle? Page 101.
I'm sorry, I was never, sorry, if you could just bear with me. There seems to be a problem with the communication.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but there is still an echo.
Yes. Let me give it the bundle.
There is a terrible echo.
We're just trying to find which mic is on. No, but this mic is on.
The K-Bar computer must be muted.
It is muted.
On the computer itself, and that will take away the echo.
You've turned the speaker off.
Yes.
Can I put this one on again? That's fine. We'll just have to manage.
Judge Klute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. You were referring me to
but there seems to be some problems in the Blue Room. I hope the computer there has been muted. Judge Klute, yes, let's try.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
If I can then take you, Justice Klute, to page 101 of the bundle, and if you can identify the signature which appears there.
Unfortunately, I was never given a bundle. I was provided by someone from the JSC with a draft affidavit in which I was requested to confirm the contents of certain documents at pages, I can't remember what, of the bundle. So I emailed this person back and I said, I'm not prepared to confirm something that is true and correct that I haven't yet seen. I was still not provided with the bundle. I then prepared my own affidavit. I just used the affidavit that had been provided to me, but I changed it so that it was accurate as far as I was concerned. And that was then emailed to the lady concerned. I'm so sorry, I cannot remember her name, but she's the one I've been corresponding with. And she acknowledged receipt of that. page 101 of the bundle that you're referring to me now is a transcriber's certificate, which is not my affidavit. So can I hold up to you what I sent, and maybe you can find it? I don't know whether you can see it. Maybe I must just move it back. It starts off, my initial is next to the word complainant at the top, where it's referred to as the 10 judges of the Western Cape High Court. But unfortunately, high was spelled incorrectly, so I initialed it to change it from H-U-G-H to H-I-G-H. I don't know whether you've ever received that.
Justice Klude, the affidavit which you identified now is the one which is before us, starting from page 100 to 101, where the certificate appears, as well as the annexures. We'll get to the annexures. Now, if you can identify the signature that appears on the second page of that document which you have.
I don't have the document that you're referring to in the bundle that I've just been handed. It may be somewhere else in the bundle, but I've never received a bundle. And that's what I was just trying to clarify. I just want to have a look at the index. Perhaps it's found its way in.
Sorry, so just tell, what do you have in front of you?
I have an index that's just been handed to me by Ms. Adhikari of the Cape Bar. Yeah, oh, sorry. I see that there are two separate sections. I was directed to the wrong page 100. Now I'm on the right page 100. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. If you can identify the signature which appears there.
It's my signature.
The one on the signature on page 101.
That is my signature, Chair.
And where did you sign that affidavit?
In my chambers on the 10th of February 2025, the Commissioner of Oaths was Andrew Fraser, who is one of the registrars in the High Court in Cape Town.
And your chambers being in Cape Town?
That's correct, yes.
You confirm the correctness and the truthfulness of the affidavit?
I do.
The affidavit refers to or attaches Annexure A, your letter dated 17th March 2020.
Yes.
You could just allude briefly on the gist of that letter.
I was presiding together with Judge Parker in a civil appeal. The name is there in the letter. As I said in my letter, it was either during an adjournment or after we adjourned. I'm afraid I can't recall which, that he disclosed to me that he was assaulted in his chambers by the former Judge President, Justice Schlope, until receipt of what I refer to as the colleague letter, which was the letter that had been addressed by the 10 complainants to, I think it was Judge President Schlope. I had no idea when this was alleged to have occurred. I didn't ask him. I hadn't in any way sought to elicit any information from him. And I said in that letter that the colleague letter, which I refer to as the colleague letter, however, confirms that the incident is alleged to have occurred on the 25th of February 2019. I don't recall the exact details of what he conveyed to me, but what I have there is what I could recall, that it allegedly involved him being shoved against a cupboard with such force that its key either broke or was damaged in some other way. And what caused me to write this letter was that I'd had sight by then of Judge Parker's response to the confidential letter written by Judge Lekranchi to the Judge President at the time, and more particularly, if you just bear with me a moment, and get to my here a copy. The comments that he'd made therein, that very soon after the alleged assault, he realized that events may have unfolded, and may not have unfolded, I beg your pardon, in the way I initially perceived. That is what prompted me to write the letter, because the colleague letter alleged or stated that the incident was alleged to have occurred on the 25th of February 2019. I sat with Judge Parker, as my letter indicates, on the 6th of December 2019. And in March 2020 or thereabouts, Judge Parker was saying that shortly after the incident occurred, it seems that events may not have unfolded in the way I had initially perceived. I found that deeply concerning, given that in December of the same year, he made a grave allegation against the judge president. That is what prompted me to write the letter. I had no interest in laying a complaint against Judge Parker. I just found it untenable that, to me, that had been said as late as March 2020, that events may not have unfolded in the way he had initially perceived, and that happened very soon after the assault, whereas in December of that year, he was telling me pretty much the same thing.
Thank you. Do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the letter?
I do.
Thank you.
There is an Annexure B to your affidavit,
Yes.
and to it you attach a letter written to you marked Annexure C.
Yes.
And written to you by?
Judge Parker, it would seem. I can't tell you for sure, but it bears his signature.
And in it, the gist of it is?
In it, he conveys to me that he's saddened by the content of the letter that I had previously written. And in his words, it clearly appears in his words, it clearly appears that you've decided to align yourself with those colleagues who are campaigning to discredit me, and dare I say the judge president. He then proceeds to accuse me of being untruthful, and that I had apparently proceeded to rant about other colleagues in the division.
Thank you.
And to your affidavit also, your Annexure D, being a letter dated 8th April 2020, plus some emails.
Yes.
Briefly, what are the contents thereof?
Okay. If I could just go back to the second page of my very first letter. I apologize. Let me just, I think it's page 103.
Correct.
You'll see from there that I said that I had no independent knowledge as to what exactly had happened. All I could say was what Judge Parker had told me. And then the last paragraph, sorry, I apologize for this, but I just want to give it some context. I said, the last paragraph reads, having regard to the provisions of Article 16.3 of the Judicial Code of Conduct, I'm also obliged to raise the matter either with Parker J or with the judge president as the head of this division. Given Parker J's allegation against Lachranchi J of unseemly conduct in his chambers, that was now in the context of his response to Judge Lachranchi's letter, I have decided not to approach him directly to avoid any potential dispute in this regard, but instead to send this letter to the judge president under separate cover. I'm fully aware that this letter may be referred to the Secretariat of the JSC in order that it may be placed before the Judicial Conduct Committee. I leave it to the Judge President and or the Deputy Judge President in this regard, as I do not wish in any way to appear prescriptive. Now, the letter that then followed later from the Judicial Conduct Committee, which is Annexure D of the 8th of April 2020, that was addressed by the secretary at the time, Ms. Chileone, to the Judicial Conduct Committee. It was addressed to the complainants as well as to myself, Justice Lachranchi and Justice Villa. And in that letter, we were requested to provide, if you look at the last paragraph on that page, paragraph 3, the second sentence. This then is an approach to you in terms of that subsection to provide such information as you might have in relation to the identity of the judge who was physically attacked by Judge President Hlophe, and how, where, and when the physical attack was launched, and then any other information that might be relevant. And it was in response to that that I then sent the email back on the 8th of April 2020, which is annexed. And you bear with me a moment. I can just give you for the chairperson and other member of the tribunal, the reference in the bundle. It is page 109.
And your email appears from page 109, starting from the date Wednesday,
Yes.
April 8, 2020.
That's correct. I, just for ease of reference of the the Judicial Conduct Committee, my handwriting my numbering appears on the right, because I know it's difficult often to follow an email trail. So I just numbered them in the order in which they were exchanged. That's where you will see the 1, 2, 3, and so on.
Do you have anything further to say?
No, thank you. Nothing.
Chairperson.
Mr. Butland. Mr. Butland, have I gone past you already?
Thank you, Judge. I have no questions.
Thank you. And Mr. King. Mr. King.
Thank you, Chairman. Similarly, I have no questions.
Do we admit this as Exhibit 5?
It will be Exhibit 5.
All of them with annexures?
With their annexures.
Yes, thanks. Judge Klute, thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Thank you, Chair. The next witness will be Justice Lechrantje. He has just arrived at the Blue Room and will be given or handed a copy of the bundle. If you can just indulge him in that regard and have an indication that he's ready.
Good afternoon, Judge Lechrantje. You are muted there. If you can unmute or ask somebody to unmute you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And do you have any objection against taking an oath, Judge Lechrantje?
No, I've got no objections.
And you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you are about to give would be nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Justice Legrandje, if you may take you to page 65 of the bundle.
I am there, thank you.
There's an affidavit, a signature which appears there. If you can identify it for us.
That is my signature.
And where was the affidavit signed? If you look at page 66.
It was signed at the High Court.
On which date?
It was signed on 23rd of March 2020.
In your affidavit, and that was in Cape Town?
Yes.
In your affidavit, in paragraph 3, you make reference to an affidavit by Judge or Justice Rogers.
That is correct.
And if we go to page 52 and 57, page 52 to 57. Page 52, there is a letter penned by you dated 11th March 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it is quite a lengthy one from 52 up to 57. But briefly, your summary of it, we already have it.
Well, it essentially records what transpired between myself and Justice Parker and the reasons why I indicated my unwillingness to preside with him in matters. And the letter was forwarded to the Judge President at the time.
And you confirm the correctness of that letter as well as the correctness of your affidavit and truthfulness thereof?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Butland. Mr. Butland.
Thank you, Chair. We have this problem again.
Please unmute.
Judge Lafranci, did Judge Parker ever say anything to you about whether he was assaulted by the Judge President?
Yes, one morning he came to my chamber and unsolicited mentioned the assault to me.
Thank you. And can you describe, did he describe the nature of the assault?
He mentioned at the time, if memory serves me correctly, that he was violently pushed by Judge President against the cupboard, and I think that the key broke down in that incident.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask this. Do you have any recollection of when that was?
The incident itself?
No, when Judge Parker told you that this had happened.
Oh, that must be somewhere in, I can't recall, but my affidavit will reflect that, or my letter will reflect it. But as I'm sitting here, I can't recall it now.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. King.
I have no questions. Thank you, Judge.
Chair, I have nothing further. Thank you, Justice Lagrange.
Thank you for your time, and you are excused, Judge.
Can't hear them.
Thank you for your time. You are excused, Judge Lefranci.
Thank you so much.
We share the next witness will be
The affidavit,
Exhibit
any
6.
annexures will be Exhibit 6.
Thank you. And the next witness will be Justice Shea, represented by Advocate Badlinder.
Yes.
The affidavit appears at page 60 to 64 of the bundle.
Jay, can you hear us? Jay, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Could we ask that Judge Sher be sworn in, please?
Yes, you will be soon, in a minute.
Justice Shea.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Sorry, Judge, I was just trying to reach your affidavit. I have it now.
Thank you.
Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
None.
And you consider it to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
You say that the evidence you're about to give will be nothing else but the truth. And if so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Advocate Badlinder.
Chair, this witness will be led by Advocate Adhikari.
Thank you, Chair. Judge Sher, could you please turn to page 60 of the bundle? Do you see the affidavit at page 60?
I do.
Do you confirm that, is that your affidavit?
It is.
You turn to page 62, just identify the signature. Sorry, page 63, identify the signature.
That is my signature at the foot of the page.
Can you turn over the page to page 64? Can you just identify the Commissioner of Oaths there, if you would?
The Commissioner was Zane Boyson, the Registrar's Clerk at the High Court, and the affidavit was deposed to on 23 March 2020.
Thank you, Judge Sher. Judge Sher, if I could just refer you briefly to a few paragraphs in the affidavit. Could we start from paragraphs 6, 7, 8, 9 through to 10? Could you just take the Commission through what you say in those affidavits, please?
Chair, in or about October 2019, there were rumors circulating in the High Court of a judge who had been assaulted. I mentioned these rumors to Judge Parker. I knew Judge Parker very well. We were colleagues and we had an association that went back to 1985. From 1989 onwards, when I joined the bar, I had done regular work for Judge Parker, who was an attorney at the time. We had also acted together in 2016 and 2017 and were appointed at the same time. The circumstances which gave rise to the discussion were that I mentioned to him that there were these rumors doing the rounds, and Judge Parker then indicated to me that he was aware thereof and that it was necessary for him, in fact, to talk to me about these rumors and to tell me what had actually happened. He then informed me that the judge president had come into his chambers, that he had been shoved backwards against the cabinet, that he had injured his back against a key which had broken in the process. The key was in the cabinet and he had fallen to the floor. If you wish, I can elaborate on the circumstances that gave rise to that assault, as were recounted to me. If you wish, I can elaborate on that.
Yes, please.
He indicated that the incident was occasioned by an allegation that he had, in some way or other, been inappropriate towards the judge president's wife. As I recall, he said to me that he had tugged on the judge president's wife's, Judge Sali Shlope's, gown in the tea room on a day. She had interpreted that as an inappropriate gesture or action. She had reported this to the judge president as a form of assault, sexual assault or harassment. The incident in question, he said, had been caused or provoked by this. He said the judge president came into his chambers, accused him of wanting to have sexual relations with Justice Sali Shlope, had also accused him, if I recall correctly, of being a racist. And whilst he was trying to explain to the judge president that, in fact, none of these allegations were true, the judge president advanced upon him in a very threatening manner and then physically shoved or pushed him backwards. He explained to me at the time that he was sitting at a table. As I recall, he said it was after the morning tea adjournment when this happened, and he was then shoved backwards, hit the key, fell to the floor, and the judge president left the room. He then went, he said, to Judge Villa immediately to report the incident, and Judge Villa assisted him in drafting a statement which was commissioned before a commissioner of oaths. If I recall correctly, the commissioner of oaths was a police officer stationed at the court. That statement was then kept by Judge Villa under some form of safekeeping. It was clear to me also from the way he recounted the events that he was fairly traumatized by what had happened. He felt humiliated and degraded. He had sustained a physical injury to his back, and he said he had also had to undergo counseling, psychological counseling, to assist him to deal with the matter. The incident, he said, had bothered him for a considerable period of time, and he spoke about the incident to me on more than one occasion, recounted the same events. Some of these discussions were in the presence of Judge Villa as well. I don't know if you wish me to proceed to paragraph 12. I'm not sure if anything is required there. You will note, Mr. Chair, that in paragraph 12, I mentioned that Judge Parker informed me that he'd been called to attend a meeting with the judge president and two other judges. Their names are in that paragraph, at which time the incident was discussed. And there was a suggestion, you will see I've put that in inverted commas. The reason why it's in inverted commas is because that is a euphemism. He put it across as if he had been pressurized, as it were, that he should not proceed with any action. in respect of what had happened. He did not at any stage inform me that he had misconstrued anything that had occurred either shortly after the incident or at any later stage. And as I recall, the version that he gave was repeated on numerous occasions, both after that and in fact all the way through into 2020.
Thank you, Judge. Is there anything further that you'd like to place before the tribunal?
Nothing that I can think of, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We have no further questions.
Chair, I've got nothing further.
Mr. King?
No questions, thank you.
Judge, I have one question for you, and that is, did you ever notice that he was distressed or disturbed at all, at any point?
Yes, Justice.
Make a point of, yes, I pointed out during my numerous discussions with him, it was quite clear that he had been assaulted, and it was apparent to me that the incident had caused him distress and humiliation.
Yes. He did come across to me. As I say, we knew each other very well for many years. And I like to think that as a friend and colleague, he would have confided in me. He did confide in me, and he was very distressed about what had happened and said as much to me on more than one occasion. He felt humiliated and degraded by what had happened.
Thank you.
Judge, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Nzengu, there is either we adjourn here at court, which is about to be 1:45, and then in which case we would have to come back at 1:45, or we go for another witness until 1 o'clock. I don't know. What is your plan?
Chair, we're still on schedule, and I suggest that we take one witness.
Okay.
For the next 45 minutes, or I beg your pardon, 15 minutes, and then adjourn for lunch.
Okay.
The next witness would be Justice Hani, represented by Advocate Badlinda and company.
Justice who?
Hani.
Hani.
Is sitting in a matter at the moment. There isn't, either we should postpone or might be more convenient for Judge Steyn to deal with, to come to give her evidence now, and then we can have Judge Henny after lunchtime.
Let's take that option of Justice Steyn.
Yes.
Until lunchtime.
Yes. And Judge shares affidavit and annexures, if any, will be Exhibit 7.
That's correct.
Yes. Do we have Judge Steyn available?
The affidavit of Justice Steyn will appear, or appears at pages 24 to 27 of the bundle. Advocate Badlinda.
Good afternoon, Judge. Can you hear us? Please unmute, and if the blue room can mute, and then you unmute. Thank you. Judge Stein, do you have an objection against taking an oath? You are still muted. I don't know why. Yeah, now you're fine. Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
I do not have any objection.
Yes. Which oath you consider to be binding on your conscience, isn't it?
I do.
Would you please raise your right hand to confirm that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
The evidence I'm about to give will be nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Butland.
Thank you, Chair. Judge Stein, you have in front of you at page 24 an affidavit which is part of the bundle. Do you see that? It says, it's affidavit, I, the undersigned Elizabeth Dronstein.
Yes.
Are you Elizabeth Dronstein?
I'm Elizabeth Dronstein. I signed this affidavit on the 23rd of March 2020 in front of the Commissioner of Oaths. It was somebody at the court. I can't recall exactly who, but it was somebody at the court.
Could you look at page 27? Is that your signature?
That is my signature.
Do you confirm the correctness of this affidavit?
I confirm the correctness of the affidavit.
I want to take you to only one matter with which you deal in the affidavit. From paragraph 5, you refer to the rumor which was mentioned and as to what had happened. And then could you go to paragraph 6 and take the court through what you say in paragraphs 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. You can do that in summary, or you can go through it for
yes. If there are any questions after I've given some information, you may decide to ask me questions clearly, Chief. So it was a very busy year for me for various reasons. And I'm actually surprised that I didn't know about this incident with Judge Parker earlier, because normally I make it my business to know, and he was in chambers not very far from me. I had a very good relationship with Judge Parker. But at one stage, I realized that people were talking, and I saw that Judge Villa and Judge Parker were together very frequently. I also saw that Judge Goliath joined them at times. And then one day, Judge Villa called me into his chambers, and he said to me, did I know what had happened? On that occasion, if I remember correctly, that may have been to the third or even the fourth term in 2019. I said, no, I didn't know about what he was talking about. He explained to me that Judge Parker came to him in a state of high agitation, and he explained to me exactly what I've just heard now Judge Villa relate to the court. I did not say anything about it. I realized that quite a few people knew about this matter. I realized that Judge Sher knew about it. And I knew that a lot of people knew, but I didn't go and speak to Judge Parker because I don't think I really wanted to know exactly what the story was. And I felt very sorry for him. I could see that he suffered emotionally. He looked drained to me. He looked stressed to me. I know that there were also other incidents that his chambers burned down and that his previous offices burned down. And I thought that it was a lot for one person to have to bear. And now this story as well, I thought I was very sorry for him. And then in December, well, that was then in January, I read in the press a complaint had been laid by Judge Goliath about the judge president, and the complaint was responded to by Judge Slope. I then heard also, again, unfortunately, rumors in the building that there were people talking to them, that Judge Savage was talking to Judge Parker as well as Judge Schlope, and there were some discussions. At one stage, as I was walking past his chambers and feeling sorry for him, I stopped and I said to him, I'm really sorry about what's going on in your life. It must be very difficult. But just tell me, is it really true? Were you actually really assaulted? Or did you just mistake the fact that there was an assault? And he said, no, I was actually really assaulted. And he then conveyed to me exactly what had happened. The same that we've heard so far. Also how he'd been pushed against the cupboard, how the key had broken, that the judge president said to him, I know you want to have sex with my wife, and things to that effect. He said to me that he was terribly traumatized about the whole incident, and the judge president called him some names and left. And he said he was so traumatized that he then went to see Judge Villa. First of all, he sat down immediately and he started dictating exactly what had happened to him. And he said he then gave this dictation to Judge Villa to type out his statement because he wanted to get it all on record. He didn't want to ask his secretary to do it, and he knew Judge Villa was adept at doing that sort of thing. He said to me at that stage, and that was now sometime in January, if not February, that at the stage he was terribly upset, and that he realized that he was so upset because he listened again to his recording very recently, and he realized how terribly upset he had been by the whole thing and traumatized, and that he had to have some sort of assistance, of emotional assistance, and that his wife was also very upset about the whole situation, and that even a long time after the incident had happened, his wife said to him, there's still a mark on your back where you hit the key. I commiserated with him. I said, I'm very sorry about what happened. We didn't discuss this particular incident again after that, as far as I can recall, excepting that not very long after that, I was asked to sit with him in an appeal. At that stage, shortly thereafter, it was COVID and no matters proceeded. He and I spoke, and a lot of the people that I know and people who knew about the incident said to me, is it a good idea that you sit together in the matter? It might convey a wrong impression to the clients because they know that you take a different attitude. So I think I went to the judge president and I said, would you please excuse me from this matter? I would prefer somebody else to sit in my place with Judge Parker. The judge president became very angry and he said he would immediately report me to the Judicial Service Commission if that was my attitude. Then it was COVID, nothing happened. I tried to see if I couldn't resolve the matter. I couldn't resolve it. The clients wanted to continue with their court case. So eventually I said to Judge Parker, we can do it on the documents. I sent another letter to the judge president who said, you've been allocated the matter, do it. So I said to Judge Parker, we can attend to this matter on the documentation. It is COVID times that we are allowed to tell me what you think. In that way, we finalized the matter. I don't think there's anything else I can answer right now.
Thank you, Judge Steyn. Chair, I have no further questions.
Justice Steyn, I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 10 of your affidavit, page 27, top of the page.
Yes.
Can you comment briefly about that paragraph?
Yes, as I said there in my affidavit, I must also tell you that immediately after all these events started happening, I started making contemporaneous notes so that I could also refresh my memory if ever it became a problem. But I do remember that subsequent to my discussion, subsequent to the discussion between Judge Parker and myself, I saw in the press that the Judge President had responded to the complaint by Goliath DJP and lodged a counter complaint. I did not know until much later that Judge Parker had agreed that no assault took place, because he didn't initially discuss that aspect with me.
Thank you, Chair.
I must also add that I now recall that one of the things that Judge Parker said to me when we were talking in his chambers is that I referred him to that particular report in the newspaper, and I said, I see that you say nothing happened. What exactly is the situation? Well, I didn't say that. I just said to him, I saw that there was a response by the Judge President. I didn't yet know all the details. He then said to me there were people in the building who were assisting him with the complaint and whether he should lay a complaint. There were people who were keen that he should lay a complaint, but there were others who were persuading him not to lay complaints and to let the matter go, and it was being negotiated. And he thinks some people had their own agendas as to why they wanted him to lay a complaint. Yes, as I say, he didn't initially say to me, he didn't in fact ever say to me that no assault took place. And that is why I just mentioned to you the incident of sitting with him in a court matter. The other matter, he never said to me that no assault took place. And even when we did our judgment and we handed in our judgment on the other matter, he still didn't tell me that no assault had taken place. At one stage, I sent him a WhatsApp note to say, I'm sorry about what's happening in your life. And he said, thank you, my sister. That's it. Yeah. Can you hear us?
Chair, can you still hear us?
You're back. Go back.
Oh, yeah, something.
I don't remember what we lost you, but you were telling us that you don't recall him telling you that you were not being assaulted or something to that effect. I don't know. With reference to paragraph 10.
Can you hear us now?
Are we able to that we can come back later?
Chair, we can't hear clearly what is being said. Oh, issues on your side.
Judge Steyn.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but we have problems of communication. I don't know if the rest of the parties can hear you. I don't think so.
We can hear well.
Oh, okay. In that case, especially if Mr. King can hear us. Judge Steyn, you were sort of summing up yourself up about paragraph 10.
Yes.
I hope it's not going to break down. This alarm. Were you finished?
I was finished. I don't know whether you could hear me.
Yes. Mr. King? Mr. King, do you have any questions too?
I have no questions. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
And Judge, you are excused, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very
And
much.
We will
Thank you.
admit your affidavits with annexures, if any, as exhibit next, as exhibit 8. And maybe at this point, let us adjourn and then come back at 2 o'clock.
Chair, may I just interject briefly as to the way forward? We were proposing to call a number of other witnesses, judges as witnesses, but in the light of the undisputed evidence that has been given by Judge Villa and the other witnesses as to what the respondents said to them, we are not proposing to call several of those witnesses because they can't bring any further light to bear on it. We will call only one more witness, namely Judge Henney. And then those are all the witnesses.
Yeah.
Possibly Judge Davis, but I think only Judge Henney. I'll advise after lunch.
All right. Yes, we will resume at 2 o'clock, and then we will see the way forward from that point. Thank you very much. We shall meet at 2 o'clock. We adjourn. Good afternoon, Judge Henny. Can you hear me? Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of
Yes,
the Tribunal.
now we can hear you. Judge Henny, do you have any objection against taking an oath?
Not at all.
And you consider it to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The affidavit by Justice Henny is at page 31 and 32 of the bundle. And it's Advocate Butlender's client.
May I proceed, Judge?
I don't, 31 and 32.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll soon get it. Maybe we should proceed in the meantime. Is it you or Dr. Nseko or Mr. Butler?
Thank you, Chair. I will be leading this witness.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Butler.
Chair, I said that I will be leading this witness.
Oh, will you? All right, then go ahead, please.
Thank you. Judge Henny, you are a judge in the Western Cape High Court.
That's correct.
Now, at pages 31 and 32 of the bundle is an affidavit in your name, Robert Henny. Is that your affidavit?
That's correct.
Could you go to page 32 and see a signature there? Whose signature is that?
That's mine.
And did you make the affidavit under oath?
That's correct.
Who took the oath?
A member of the South African Police Services.
Right. Do you confirm the correctness of this affidavit?
I do.
There's only one matter I wish to raise with you. If you look at page 32, paragraph 8, you deal with the question of a private discussion with Judge Parker in 2019. Could you please tell the tribunal about that?
Well, I came from circuit. I think it was either the last week or two before the end of the term. And we went for lunch and to have a sandwich around the corner. And while we were having lunch, we had a discussion. He asked me if I heard about the incident between him and Judge President Sloppy. I said I heard so. And then he told me what happened. As I said out in my affidavit, that Judge Libby was not satisfied with certain conduct of his, and that he came to his chambers and in a very violent manner, he pushed him against a door, which was a cupboard door, which resulted in him having sustained an injury against his back. I may add, if it's possible, Chairperson, that what I forgot to put in the affidavit at that stage, I think at that stage I was still on long leave and I had to quickly come in. And it was that he says at that stage, while he was dressing or undressing himself, his wife saw the wound at his back and asked him what had happened. And he said he had to give a different reason as to what happened than the reason he gave me. That's all I need to say, want to say at this stage.
Thank you. And if I understand you correctly, you say that it was Judge Parker who initiated the conversation about the incident.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you.
Chair, I have none.
You have none. And Mr. King?
I have no questions for the judge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And the affidavit can be admitted as Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9.
Yeah, just for clarity, you confirm the correctness and truth of the contents of your affidavit.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Judge Henning, thank you for your time and you are excused.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, in the light of the evidence this morning, in which the several witnesses gave evidence as to what Judge Parker said to them had happened to him, and the lack of any challenge to that evidence, we do not proceed, not intend to call the witnesses who were going to give evidence about the dealings with Judge Villa and so on. All of that evidence is already before the court in the form of Judge Villa and the other judges who gave evidence. And we therefore do not propose to call any further witnesses on behalf of the complainants. Can I say one matter, raise one other matter while I'm, as it were, on my feet? And that is that during the lunch adjournment, I was approached by a member of the media who said that while they are able to listen to the proceedings because they've been made public on YouTube, they don't have access to the documents, and they are concerned that they will not be able to report with sufficient accuracy if they don't have access to the documents. And so they suggested that they should be given access to the documents by the tribunal. I, of course, don't represent them, but with the respect, it seems appropriate that they should be given access to the documents. These proceedings are being held in public, and we're all, I'm sure, concerned that reports should be accurate. The way to ensure that is to ensure that the members of the media have access to the necessary documentation. So I ask, in the interest of justice, that you direct that the media be given access to the documents which are exhibits before this tribunal. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. King.
Mr. Chair, our attitude is that we cannot stop the press having access to these proceedings, as Mr. Woodlander has correctly pointed out. I know it's within the discretion of the tribunal We, however, urge that the press maintain the decorum of the proceedings and don't report widely outside of what they are given. I don't know if the court or if the tribunal can actually order that.
Let me start off by saying that we received earlier, I think, last week or so, I don't know, or over the weekend, a request through the Secretariat of the Tribunal from the media asking for the papers, as it were, in the matter. And my response to them was that before these papers, affidavits and the like, before and until they were placed before us, we would not be able to simply distribute to the media the affidavits and so forth. In my view, it would have been inappropriate. And I suggested that what we could do, and I asked the Secretariat to do that, was to give them copies of the terms of reference in which the charges and allegations are fully set out. Now we have gone into a public hearing, and these affidavits have been submitted. The hearing is in public, and I don't think there will be any difficulty in now giving them the papers that have been placed before the hearing, now that they've been placed before us publicly.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Ansing.
I have no issue with that, Chair. And there are two aspects which I would like to deal with now that the witnesses list has been exhausted in relation to the 10 justices. One will be the unsigned copy of the affidavit by Justice Vele he read into record. That has been sent to us, and I believe that after finding out if the respondent has an issue with it, if it can be admitted into evidence as Exhibit 10.
Is that the version which is said to be a mirror image of the commissioned one, or is something else?
No, Chair. Towards the end of his testimony, he indicated that there's an affidavit which was never commissioned, and he read the contents thereof into record, and Chair asked if he can furnish us with a copy. He has done so.
Oh, I see. Okay, I
That's
remember
the one.
what we were talking about. It was to be then, we assigned the number to it as an exhibit, didn't we?
We didn't.
We didn't.
Hence the request that it be assigned number Exhibit 10 if the respondents have no issue with it.
But as the respondent, has Mr. King seen it?
Perhaps you can clear that up with him.
Please.
We have seen it. Advocate McCurdy's forwarded to us, and we have no objection.
Yes. All right, then it will then be, it is the unsigned affidavit by Judge Edward Derek Vele. It is admitted as dated 7th of February 2020. It is then admitted as Exhibit 10.
The second aspect, then, Chair, will be that I would call Mr. Parker, Mr. Irfan Parker.
But that's a different matter.
It's in relation to the Cape Bar case, which we've deferred for some time. He's been approached and indicated that he's willing to testify. And
but before we go to the other matter,
Yes.
The matter regarding complaint by the judges, Mr. Butler, who represents the complainants, indicated that they don't wish to call any further witnesses. We must round up that nicely and ask you whether on your part, before we go to the Cape Bark matter, whether on your part you've got any witnesses to call or you wish to call any witnesses.
It will be prudent to close that
You don't
part. I
you
have
don't
no
have
further
witnesses.
witnesses to call.
All right.
That will be it for the evidence leader side in relation to that one.
Yeah. Okay. Except that this being the nature of these proceedings, the tribunal will reserve to itself the right to call any further more complainants if need be. Subject to that, yes, your wish is granted, Mr. Butler, not to call any more witnesses as far as that particular matter is concerned. Earlier on, after dealing with Mr. Bredenbach, I said we defer, we put aside the matter regarding the Cape Bar Council to move on to the complaint by the 10 judges. Now, for now, provisionally, the evidence is closed in respect of the complaint by the 10 judges. We now go back to the matter of the Cape Bar Council, which we paused this morning. Yes, Dr. Hansen.
And I call Mr. Parker to testify. Again, the same format will be followed, Chair. At some point, I'll hand over to Advocate Makedi to assist. I just want to check if Mr. Khan has been admitted.
And while we are waiting for Mr. Khan, can I just clarify this to Mr. Butler that please, you and your team are not excused because there are other aspects which we need to deal with this afternoon. But your clients, knowing that they have got obligations, are free to go, those who would like to. But you and your junior and your attorney remain beholden to these proceedings.
Thank you, Chair. Is Mr. Parker on? Mr. Parker? Chair, one more request from Mr. Parker is that if it is possible, and due to sensitivity of the matter, him being a brother to the respondent, that his face not be displayed, rather we hear him orally. If Chair can just find out from the respondent if that will be in order.
Mr. King?
Chair, we had one issue that we wanted to raise, but we're not quite sure if it would be a valid objection. Mr. Parker isn't on the witness list of people that are going to be called in this. So it comes as a surprise that he is going to be called. We've discussed this with our client, and our client just raised his hands and says, I presume he's going to say what's in his affidavit, which we have got. Other than that, we've got no problem with him being inconvenient. Well, not his face not being presented.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough. And yes, Advocate Nsengu, did you consult with him?
Sorry, can I just come back in? We've just received a message. Judge Parker would request that his face is disclosed.
Okay. Well, thanks. That the point is noted. It's a very important point. But let me find out from the leader of evidence. Did you consult with this
I consulted with him, and all what I've just stated is from him together with his attorney.
Yes. And from your consultation with him, is this evidence going to be within the parameters of the affidavit he has already submitted? Or does he intend to add something new of which Mr. King and his client are not aware of? In other words, does he intend to add something outside of the affidavit that Mr. King referred to?
His testimony will be within the four corners of his answering affidavit he deposed to in the LPC papers.
Yes.
Nothing more.
Okay. Just a second. We have noted your point, Mr. King, that the witness must, as it were, testify in public, because it comes down to that. Let me just, there's a procedure, there may well be a procedure about this, but let's pause for a second. Let me speak to other members of the tribunal. Advocate Sengu, in effect, what it means is that Mr. Parker and the witness, the prospective witness, to some extent, really, he wants to testify in camera.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah. But there's a procedure for that, bearing in mind that the respondent objects to that. There's an objection by the respondent about that. The procedure to deal with that is that, the procedure as to whether or not part of the hearing or all of it should or should not be in public is prescribed in the Act. The Act says that aspect must be determined in this way. The President of the Tribunal must consult with the Chief Justice as to whether or not part or all of the hearing should be in camera. Now, I haven't consulted with the Chief Justice about that, and nor will I be able to consult with the Chief Justice about that unless you give us the reasons why he wants it to be like that. Because I cannot go and conduct a consultation with the Chief Justice only for us not to know what the reasons are. There can't be a proper consultation. So you will need to set before us some reasons why the matter or this aspect of the matter should be heard in camera, to the extent that he does not wish his face to be seen by the public. Are you ready to address us on that?
Yes, Chairperson. Sorry. I've alluded to some of the reasons. I can repeat them.
Maybe what is required is more than just alluding to the reasons. You really have to motivate that kind of application, why it should be partially in camera.
Thank you, Chairperson. The reason, first one, is that these hearings are widely viewed by the public. And linked to that, Mr. Parker is the brother of the respondent. And he has expressed discomfort in his face, to use that word, being widely viewed. He is willing to testify orally in this regard, and as I indicated, uncomfortable if his face is shown. His affidavit is already before all, including the respondent. It's been there, part of public documents in the LPC papers, and the contents thereof are known. Before I close, Chairperson, I may probably have to have a word with his attorney once more in regard to the objection and hear what Mr. Parker's position is post the objection. And in that light, maybe a brief adjournment would be appropriate.
Sorry, has some discussion with who?
Mr. Irfan Parker's attorney plus him, the witness, the prospective witness.
These Parkers are confusing us. I'm not sure. You want to have a word with
Irfan Parker,
the
who's the
prospective
brother,
witness.
who's the brother to the respondent.
Yes.
Given the objection.
You want to find out from him?
Just to refresh.
And tell him there's an objection.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. In that case, Mr. King, you heard the reasons. Did you hear the reasons for?
I heard
for
the reasons. Thank you.
Yes. Will you then hold your horses until the leader of evidence goes back to speak to the witness and tell the witness there is an objection against your request? What is your attitude?
I've got no problem with that, Mr. Chair.
Chair, without even an adjournment, I've received communication that Mr. Irfan Parker is prepared to testify and have his voice shown.
Okay. Then I don't have to consult with the Chief Justice. Thank you. Just for the record, the evidence leader indicated earlier on that the witness he wanted to call was yet another Mr. Parker, the attorney, and he indicated that Mr. Parker has some discomfort when he testifies for his face to be shown in public, and therefore he requested that that his face not be shown. Now that proposal was opposed by Mr. King for the respondent, and in consequence of which I asked the evidence leader to place some reasons before the tribunal as to why the witness's face would not be shown. The reason for that was that under those circumstances, in the event of such a persistent request, the president of the tribunal would have to consult with the Chief Justice and then a determination be made in consultation with the Chief Justice. We are now told that Mr. Parker, the attorney, does not persist that his face not be shown on television. And that being the case, then the matter is accordingly resolved, and Mr. Parker will allow his face to be shown on the screen. Mr. Nsengu, thank you. You may proceed. And Advocate McKedy, I almost forgot about you, but I didn't. I can assure you. But I don't think you have anything to say about that particular issue because the matter is resolved. Yes, thank you. Although you are muted, I can see you are nodding your head. I placed on record that you nodded your head. For the record, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Nsengu.
Mr. Elfin Parker, if you can just unmute yourself and also show your face. Whilst the witness is doing that, the affidavit by Mr. Parker is on volume 2 of the LPC papers, and it is dated January 2020. Mr. Parker, if you can just show us your face.
I'm trying to. I don't know if you can hear me yet.
We can hear you.
Yeah, reach now. Okay, I just want to say I don't have a bundle in front of me. Good afternoon, Chair. I don't have a bundle. I only learned about my possible involvement on Friday afternoon when I was called by Advocate McCurdy at about 1:45. So I'm going to I'm going to ask that I be referred to affidavits that I signed, but I don't have the bundle that the hearing is sitting with.
That's fine. If you can just show us your face.
I'm trying to. I don't quite know. Maybe my face was blocked on your side. Yeah, maybe you should just check whether it was blocked because my attorney thought it prudent to make the request, and yeah, I didn't object to it. He thought it was prudent for my face to not show, but I'm quite okay with it.
The camera of your laptop has on top of it a slide which blocks the camera. If you can just push the slide either to the right or left,
okay,
to open up the camera.
I'm trying to, or my PA is trying to do that. Let's try on the other. I'm sorry about this.
It's okay.
It's still not showing. We should try that one. Oh well. I don't quite know because did we block our other faces? No. My PA says the blocking was done on the hearing side, and we didn't block the face. So maybe the unblocking needs to be done there.
I've been given an assurance that it is unblocked from the side of the administrator.
Well, we're trying. Share screen. Please share screen. I'm reading off the screen here and it says host disabled attendee screen sharing. That's what I'm reading off the screen here now.
And you can give us an assurance that the slide on top of your laptop for the camera is open.
It is open. I'm sitting in front of a normal computer because the laptop was taking a bit long to connect. So, but it's open.
Chair, may I propose that we briefly adjourn to sort the IT issue?
Yeah, before we do that, one last attempt. Mr. Parker, from where we are, we see some kind of silhouette, as if there's a block on the camera. Is there no cobweb there on your camera?
No, Chair, not at all. Not at all. My PA is trying to get the laptop going because that was a bit delayed in the first place. Hopefully, we have better luck with that.
Can
if I could
we
maybe just ask for a brief indulgence.
Chair, during the adjournment, the IT here will direct the PA
Yes, all right.
as to how to help.
We will adjourn. Will you come and call us as soon as it is done? And if the problem persists and time keeps on going on, likewise, please come and call us because we cannot wait here forever.
I
will do.
We'll adjourn.
I see the laptop is up and running now. I just want to get there and check if the screen is working.
Hi. I don't know if my face is appearing now.
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll adjourn. You'll come and call us.
Adjourn.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for finally assisting us in connecting up with you and to see you. Yeah. Mr. Parker, one way of affirming, of assuring proceedings that the evidence you will give nothing else but the truth is either by oath or affirmation. Which one do you choose?
I have no problem taking the oath,
Yes.
Chair.
And you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do, Chair.
Would you the evidence you're about to give will be truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Parker.
Good afternoon.
The Secretariat has sent you a link with the bundle, but for now, we'll proceed with your affidavit, answering affidavit to the LPC papers.
Yeah.
And I would like to take your attention to page 49 of that affidavit. On top, it's labeled 49, and there is a signature which appears at the bottom. Can you identify that signature?
It is mine, my signature. It's my signature.
Thank you. Just to get the panel with me. It's page 49 of the affidavit itself.
Yeah, we have it.
Yes. It's before the annexures. Before the annexures.
Sorry? But the first one is over.
It's volume 2. The Secretary will assist you, Judge. It is just above paragraph 177.
Okay.
Thank you. You said, Mr. Parker, that is your signature. On which date did you sign and where?
It was signed in Cape Town on the 16th of January 2020.
Thank you. Do you then, as a deponent to this affidavit, confirm the truthfulness as well as the correctness of its contents?
I do.
Chair, I've got nothing further.
Thank you.
You're gonna have to switch your
Advocate McKedy.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Parker, in your affidavit, you address the issues that are raised in the affidavit of Ms. Myberg on behalf of the LPC regarding the shortfall in the trust account of Parker and Khan. Are you able to confirm that the shortfall in the trust account was noticed as early as June 2016?
Advocate McCurdy, as I indicated to you on Friday when you contacted me, for obvious reasons, I'm going to confirm, and I do confirm the contents of my affidavit as supplemented, as correct and true and correct. I am not going to further indulge on that with respect, and that's pretty obvious why, I think. And yes, so I stand by my affidavits as supplemented. And I mean, the supplementing was not material to the issue that I'm being asked about now. And I was assured.
Are you able to
and I was assured that I would have to do nothing more but to confirm the correctness and truthfulness of my affidavits, which I'm doing now.
Okay. So you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of your affidavit in regard to the aspects of the shortfall in the trust account, as well as when that would have been to the knowledge of both yourself and to your brother.
I do, as I said, I stand by the contents of my affidavit, and you will note that it was supplemented, and there was an affidavit last year, and that I stand by.
Okay. In the circumstances, Chair, I'm not going to ask the witness any further questions.
Is the supplementary affidavit of interest to these proceedings? Advocate McCurdy.
The supplementary affidavits don't take the issues that are relevant to the tribunal hearing any further, Chair.
Okay, so in your view, we need not refer to it in that respect.
We don't need to, no, we don't need to refer to those.
Thank you. Mr. King.
Chair, we have no questions.
Chair, are there any questions from none from me?
None from you. No, there aren't any more further questions for you. Excuse me, Mr. Parker. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
You are excused. You are excused.
Thank you.
Advocate McCurdy, you don't have any witnesses?
We don't have any further.
Witnesses?
We don't have any further witnesses, Chair. No.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Subject to the discretion of the tribunal to call, if needs be, further witnesses. Those are the witnesses we intended to call in relation to both complaints.
All right. The tribunal will reserve its right to call for any further witnesses if need be. Yes, sir. Oh,
The affidavit by Mr. Parker probably go in as Exhibit 11.
yes. The Bar Council have no further witnesses to call. And Mr. King, do you have any witnesses to call?
Chair, we do not have any witnesses to call.
Yes. Does that apply also in respect of the complaint by the judges?
That applies to both complaints, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, then we must move on to deal with the next thing, and that is the date on which we will hear oral submissions, and then maybe from there, retrospectively, determine the timetable for the submission of heads of argument. Can we adjourn for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and make some proposals with regard to the dates, giving you a few options to try and accommodate everybody. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We adjourn. we're just waiting for Mr. King.
Chair.
Yes. We're trying to determine a date on which oral argument will be presented. And then we will move backwards to the days by which written argument should be submitted. The first date we propose is 22nd of April. If that suits all sides, then we pick that one.
Then
22nd.
Respondents are ad idem with you, Judge. 22nd suits us.
Of April, yes.
Judge, I'm afraid I'm not available on that day.
The next day?
And neither is my junior.
The 23rd?
Sorry, also not possible. That whole week, I'm afraid, is not possible for me, Judge.
29 April.
I'm available, Judge. My junior will be away, but we'll make a plan. Yeah.
29.
All right. Advocate McCary, 29 April.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am available on the 29th.
Sorry, Chair, we've got a problem on the 29th. The one day.
The following week.
Yeah.
What is the date? 29.
Judge, maybe suggest the following week where all of us are available.
Which one?
That's the 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of May.
I don't think members will be available then. 5, 6, 7. What? May. No, I postponed the other judicial tribunal to those dates. What about the 30th of April?
That's fine for me, Chair.
Mr. Butland. Mr. King? Mr. King, 30th April.
Sorry, there we go. 30th of April. Chair, the only problem is our instructing attorney that could assist us with that date and he's away for that whole week or whole 2 weeks of those holidays. But my junior and I are available.
It's not going to be available.
Is it Eid?
Mr. Butlander?
Eid on 30th.
Chair, I'm advised that it's Eid on that day. Mr. Park may not be available. Yeah.
It is what?
That it's Eid.
Muslim Christmas.
And we don't have a problem, but maybe that Mr. Parker's not available.
Can we just check with it, please?
No, it might be the 29th.
Yeah, then you won't be available first.
Chair, we understand that it's we don't know with certainty whether it's the 29th or the 30th. It depends when there's sightings in the sky as to the day. But it's either those 2 days.
It's right.
Can you try get hold of?
Must depend on the moon.
So should we accept the 30th? It's for them to say. So
Yeah, the moon will be still.
we're available on the 30th, Chair. I'm not objecting to the 30th.
The 30th can't be, man.
Chair, if you can give us a few minutes.
It can be solved at short notice. Advocate McCary will be available on the 29th. So to Mr. Butland or his junior. And the 30th, everybody will be available, but for the issue of the ED.
Yes.
Does that uncertainty apply to the 29th as well?
The uncertainty would be the 29th or the 30th, because we don't know which day would be Eid. It will either be one or the other, depending on the rising of the moon.
Yeah. Well, then, I don't think that's good enough.
Yes. Judge, Chair, just if you can give us just a second, just let me come back. Chair, may we please suggest that it takes place a week later then? Mr. Parker's attitude is that in order to assist and to do it as soon as possible, he would like to, but he is concerned about the fact that he'll be appearing in these proceedings on that date, which is quite a holy day.
Yes. Well, then I think we are left with one date which everybody must be available. We have tried 22, no. 23rd, no. 29th, no. 30th, no. 17th June, which is after the 16th of June.
The date in May, but the 17th, I'm not available. So
why not?
But it doesn't matter. Close motion for 2. Same motion. The date in May, we skipped May.
Chair, we've skipped May. Is that, can we accept that that's not available for the tribunal?
Yes.
19th?
19th, 20th.
19th or 20th? Chair? Of June. See, 16th is Youth Day.
Yeah, 17th, 18th.
Sorry, what did you say about the date I proposed? The 17th?
We requested the 18th, the 19th or 20th of June, just 2 days later. My junior is involved in a matter on the 17th and 18th.
Judge, that's good news. I've got good news, Judge.
Yes.
I've just been informed that the date of Eid is not the end of April, it's the end of March. So the 29th and 30th of April should be fine.
Okay. Well,
I'm sure there was a misunderstanding.
Yes. No, well then, because
We're
both my
available for
junior and I are
29th,
available on
30th,
that.
and it appears that it's not Eid after all.
So, 30th April will suit everybody.
It has been.
So I propose the 29th or 30th of April.
All right, we will take the first one, 29 April.
Public holiday. The Thursday is also public holiday. That makes no difference.
Yes. I think we'll settle on the 29th.
Thank you,
We will
Judge.
take the 29th of April. And thank you for your contribution. Now, that having been determined, we would like to have heads of argument written, maybe written argument. We propose to receive your written argument 3 weeks before the 29th. Which will be Tuesday 22. Let us receive those written argument by the 7th of April.
Chair, may I just raise one issue? We do not, as you've seen from the conduct of these proceedings, we're not going to raise issues that are necessary for heads of argument. However, we will raise issues should it be necessary in response to the heads of argument raised by the other parties.
We thought you would file simultaneously, but perhaps for a respondent, maybe it may be fair for the respondent to hear what the applicant says before responding. In which case, then, we will give you until the 15th to file your response.
If any.
That is a week.
Yes.
You'll have a week after.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That would be more than sufficient time.
I think that aspect having been finalized, I think we can regard proceedings as closed for now, and then say that the matter is postponed to the 29th of April 2025, and The complainant's heads of argument would be filed by the 7th of April, and the respondent's heads of argument will be filed. I'm correcting myself here. I don't know why I keep on saying heads of argument. I should rather say, in any event, that's what you end up receiving, written argument. The complainant's written argument be received by the 7th of April, and the respondent's written argument be received by the 15th of April. That being so, the matter is postponed, but please convey our gratitude to the Judge President. He phoned me earlier last week about about her concern about the availability of judges, and we got into some discussions as to how we could accommodate each other. And I have no doubt, having been Judge President myself in the DC court, I have no doubt that there must have been challenges at her court in order for her to meet us this far. So please, Mr. Butlander, convey our gratitude to that. And thank you all. Thank everybody for the contributions they've made. Unless there's something, the matter is adjourned to the date that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.